Wait, a Yu-Gi-Oh themed TTRPG? That's a thing? Oh, that's... There we go. Let's turn that down just a little bit. A Yu-Gi-Oh themed TTRPG. That sounds kind of dangerous. Ah, hey, Ahaya Lancers. Okay. So, today we're going to be doing something... Oh, I should... Hold on, before we actually get straight into it, I should probably post on my Blue Sky that I'm going to be streaming as well. That'll probably be a smart idea. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so, first day streaming as affiliate. This is going to be exciting. So, I do need to make one thing before we hop, just dive straight into games and such. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing is I need to make some sub badges. So I'm just going to quickly create a 2000 by 2000 canvas, and we will hop right in here in a bit. I'm thinking about maybe making the sub badge kind of look more like a mech head. Yeah, like I completely forgot about those as well. So yeah, this is going to be great. I haven't tested Hightail on stream, so there may be a chance there's going to be some scuff when I get that set up. I am I don't know what to expect in terms of like gameplay changes, because like I played Minecraft back when it was still in like in beta and such, before its like 1.0 release. And like the fact that Hightail comes with like modding included kinda makes me want to learn how all of that works, just so I can just add some big stompy robots to the game, because of course I want to add big stompy robots to the game. Oh. Yeah, because I think the first version of Minecraft I played was like 0.1.4? I can't remember. It was like way before the Enderman was added. It was like before the hunger bar was added. You had to like eating stuff like immediately recharged health. It's like before the XP bar was even added either. So like, a lot of stuff that wasn't added. I think the Nether just became a thing when I started playing. Again, hazy memories from when I was a teen. Like I remember back when Minecraft was considered a hardcore game, when Ben Yahtzee Croshaw actually said that it was a difficult game. You know, back in those days when you needed to have the wiki open in a separate window just to know what you were doing and you had to memorize literally everything. That was my era. And shout out to anyone who remembers Thaumcraft. But first, let's go ahead and swing down over towards arts. Okay, so I need to move myself down. Yeah, if Hightail keeps its steam, it should hopefully. Let's move right down here. Ah, there we go. There we go. Just, just right down. Just right down here. Right down here. Yes. Okay. And I'm just gonna. There we go. Whoop. Oh wait, you can skew? Whoa. Okay. 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 I'm gonna be fiddling with this if I don't stop. Okay. Yeah, my entire play style in Minecraft back in the day was just like making a. The first thing I did was find a village. Then I would build a wizard tower. I would always build a wizard tower. Okay, okay, okay. So for for the sub badges, I'm thinking about maybe doing something a little interesting here. So I'm going to have this be perfectly symmetrical. Do a barrel roll. That's an old callback. Holy shit. That the barrel roll memes. Okay, so I have an idea. So what I'm going to be doing for this particular badge is one, I'm going to quickly block out the shape that I want to use. And with the symmetry tool, I only need to worry about drawing half of the face. We're doing this Blender style. So, I've been kind of fiddling around with ideas for mech designs for like my whole branding and all of that. Okay, so the sub badge, from what I can gather, is the badge you get if you submit subs, and then bits are mostly just badges that sort of denote how many bits you've like donated to a stream. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm honestly I'm kind of just like learning everything as I go along. I'm gonna start with the sub badges because if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, bit badges, like the default ones that are already there, they kind of already have all the information that's kind of what I want to convey from them. If that makes sense, because they're literally just the little bits icons next to them. And yeah, I could make something like cool for it, but there's so many. Like, oh my god, there's so many. So, this design I'm kind of playing with here is for a mech. It's kind of half inspired by the Zaku 2, which has always been like my favorite mech design. There we go. Also keep in mind some of the communities you're connected to can and will drop bits in 1K or above out of nowhere. I did not. Uh I'm gonna be honest, I did not even consider that. Uh okay, let's get some let's get some other music on here. Let's do yeah. We're gonna keep the music low here. Okay, so the trickiest part about these designs, especially when it comes to mech designs, just figuring out how everything kind of like attaches to each other. Thanks for the forewarning. Greatly appreciate the warning. That's it. Honestly, even with the warning, it's probably still going to blindside me. Because, like, honestly, it's. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even think I'd make it this far. But you know what they say about. You know what they say about necessity. Okay, so. I might change up the shape of the helmet here just a little bit. Or at the very least, the shape of the visor, because something about this isn't quite hitting like I wanted it to. There we go. Yeah, so, um, as I'm kind of like designing this, like one of the things I think would be really cool to do is like have a mech that is designed to be. I kind of want to make like a 3D printable like mech model, essentially. You know, something that can be built. Oh, I think I know one way I can get this shape to work out. If I do one of these sort of segmented and sort of frame this mech just a little bit. But yeah, I just love the idea of because we're fans of mecha here, and one thing that's always great about mechas is they have kick-ass models. So many kick-ass models. So, here's what I got so far. So, what I'm planning on doing is actually having so it's going to be the mech head for the sub badge. And the actual color scheme will vary depending on like how the tier of subs or however. Hey, Chinchilla, welcome in. until the problem is far too many models. True, true. Honestly, it's why I've kind of been like holding off on like getting any new gunpla kits because oh my god, I currently have I currently so a friend of mine for my birthday 3D printed a this massive model from like from like Piper Minis to go with like the rest of my Tau army. Well, I say Tau army. I play one page rules a lot in my local area. Well, I say a lot. I haven't played recently because, you know, stuff that has been happening. But um but I I kind of had this thing where like I 3D print mechs and such to proxy as like DAO Union in one page rules, which are basically like Tau with the serial numbers filed off. And I have them painted up like Xeon mechs. So like I have like my one of my heavy mechs I have painted up to look like the Red Comet. So, you know, and this one, hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Let's see, Piper makes minis. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see, where is this model? I think it was was it the Riptide? Hold on, I'm gonna quickly look through Piper Makes catalog real quick and see if I can find this exact model that that my friend printed out for me here. If I can just find it, it looks sick as hell. It's not the Void Crafted. I think it's I think it's from the Fish Mech line. Ooh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think I may have found the model line. No, 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 not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that one. Where is it? Oh, hey, Lady Goo, welcome in. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing a little bit of art and then maybe play some Hytale later. Just because I've been kind of itching to play it, and you know what? It seems like a nice, relaxing game where I can just dive right in and like from what I've been seeing, that game has been capturing like that feel of playing Minecraft for the first time. Okay, where is this mech? Where is it? Is it that? Angler. Oh wait. Hold on. I may have I think I may have found it. Wait, no, the gun's all wrong on that one. Where is it? I think it's this one. I think it may be this one. I think I may have found it. If I can just find the right configuration. Is it that one? No, 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 it's not that one. I know very little about Hytale. I just know that it was made by a bunch of people who were big in the modding community, so it's built from the ground up with mods in mind. It even has its own visual scripting language, which is great. It's still Java-based, which I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to play out, but it seems like they actually did the groundwork. Because that's the one thing with Minecraft, it's a lot of people building on spaghetti code, essentially. Yeah, some early advice would be nice. Oh, I cannot find this dang thing to begin with. Is it? Found it. I found it. Okay. It's the orca from. Oh wait, no, it's not the. Is it the orca? Yes, it is the orca. It's just a different configuration of the orca, I think. Hold on. Yeah, it's the orca. Okay, let's see if I can. Oh, it's not gonna let me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I might be able to. Just do a quick print screen. Let's do a quick print screen. Yeah. Okay. Gonna have to zoom in. It's a little deep fried, but this. A friend of mine printed this out for me, and it is in so many pieces. I'm gonna paint this thing up to have Big Zam's color scheme. I'm gonna paint this fucker up like Big Zam. All right. Anyways, got a little sidetracked there. So, all right. So, just gonna quickly duplicate that and then erase it just so I can have the symmetry ruler in the exact spot. We're gonna turn down the opacity on that. So, oh, and actually, let's do this. I never get to really show off how vector layers work in Clip Studio Paint. I think this would be a good edge case to show here. So I'm gonna go onto my vector layer. So in Clip Studio Paint, there's two kinds of layers that you can have. There's rasterized layers, which is basically basically pixel images. So if I scroll in close enough, you can see the pixels and the dithering and all of that. That's a raster layer. So basically anything that deals with pixels, that's a raster layer. With vector layers, they deal with math, and with how it works in found with the symmetry ruler, I leave it on its own layer and toggle it so it's present on all layers. I probably should have been doing that from the start. Oh well. Anyways, so vector layers. Vector layers are great because they allow you to overshoot. They allow you to overshoot, and you can just go in and hold on. I'm just gonna quickly do this just to demonstrate, and then we can go in with the erase tool, and they have a vector eraser. So all you have to do is just go in and, oh, would you look at that? All of these very, very clean lines. Nice, quick, and easy. You can get rid of them in one stroke there. There we go. Now, the only thing that's really annoying about vector layers is because they do this with math, they kind of leave these weird little nubs on the end, and you kind of have to, like, go in and just sort of... You kind of have to, like, guess where the vector line is underneath it, because what Clip Studio Paint does, at least what I think it does, is it draws the line using mathematics, and then from that data, they pretty much they pretty much put a brush stroke over it to sort of give the same effect as a raster layer. So like there's vector math underneath this, but the strokes follow that math, if that makes sense. So, just gonna quickly fill in the rest there. This is gonna be a very quick badge. So I did a bunch of designs. So when I'm working my really shit-tastic retail job, I have a little black sketchbook with me, and on especially slow days, I'm able to just sort of well, not sit down, but I'm able to sort of. I kind of have to pretend to be taking notes on it, even though I'm just like scribbling things down. So with the current position I work, um, it's like a lot of specialized knowledge that I need to know, and it's like a lot that it's so much that no one like really reasonably expects me to know everything off the top of my head, which allows me to get away with having a sketchbook on me at all times. It's great. It's like one of the only saving graces about my current position. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that we have a vector layer here, and then we're just gonna do this, this, and then this. There we go. I mean, as funny as it being a Death Note would be, I don't have that kind of vitriol in my body, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It's like I was never the kind of person who would have like I would never wish like death or ill will on anyone. Unless you're a billionaire. Because, you know, you know. But yeah, for the most part, I get to have like a little sketchbook on me, and it also allows me to sort of keep my skills sharp, because that's the one downside to being an artist is your skills are very dependent on muscle memory. So lose if you don't use it, you lose it essentially. Listen, there are some people, like for example customers, where I just like think, how the hell how do you like function on the day to day, like being that big of a prick, you know? But like never really I never really like wish death or harm on anyone, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, there's moments where like, oh yeah, you know, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. But like people have people have complex lives, and sometimes when people are being an absolute dickhead, sometimes sometimes there's some shit going down in their life. Because I know with how modern society is sort of set up, there's a lot of like un there's a lot of things emotionally that people just aren't prepared to deal with. And that's kind of it's kind of a big issue with how society is set up, because it kind of drills in that you need to be like this perfect drone of productivity, and anything that makes you human is something that can be penalized. But like I found normally when someone's being an absolute prick, it's either one of two things. Either there's some serious shit happening behind the scenes, like for example, a death in the family, or a breakdown in relationships, or anything along those lines. Or they just don't have, or like their brain is just like wired in a way to where it just I don't know how I can describe it, but it's like, you know when you talk to someone and you think, does this person have lead poisoning? You know? Let's see. I'm mostly talking about the. Let's see. Yeah, some people are just hateful to others, and it's like forever happy. Those moments of I hope you step on a Lego vibe. Yeah, sometimes. Listen, sometimes when there's like that little bit of ill will, it's like it's normally something very small and benign, like I hope the next time this person gets a food order, they don't get everything they ordered. Just little things like that. Because normally people who are like rude to that extent, they are suffering from some serious first world problems. I honestly can't take a lot of like first world problems like seriously, like a lot of things that would like devastate, cuz like I so like here's a little thing about me. I grew up in the Philippines. Like I was in the I grew up in the Philippines at a very, I say a very young age. No, I was just turning into a teenager when I moved to the Philippines. So like I had this massive one, it was massive culture shock. I couldn't speak the language at all. And it was just a and like listen, when you live in a situation where like couriers are unreliable, the power goes out literally every other day for hours on end, and when it starts raining, like the entire neighborhood floods and you're kind of just standing on an island, you kind of just learn to go, why is some of this shit so devastating and important to some of these people? Like what's going on here? Like go go out like go outside, touch grass, get a nice drink. This is coming from someone who has 30 plus mental issues that is borderline, and yet I can still act like a decent human being. Their problem is their massive ego thinking they are God. Yeah, it's always an ego thing. I mean, let's face it, that's why there tends to be like a lot of, because if you notice in like a lot of creative spheres, there tends to be some like oh, what did I just break this? Hold on. Why? Oh, yeah, I I had the transparency mode selected. Okay. All right, and I'm gonna put down another ruler. So this figure ruler will be right. Yeah, that's right in the middle. Oh, nope. Did not mean to do that. No, no, no. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so like it's really not worth having a massive ego, you know? Because like it doesn't matter how good you think you are at something. There's always going to be someone better right around the corner. And that's and the truth can be said for just about like anything. Like let's face it, nothing is forever. Even if you were like on top of the world, like literally the best at literally everything, that's not going to last forever. If anything, the moment you're at the top, that's when you have to like stop and go, okay, I like I'm here. This is not going to last. How can I gain security from this position? You know? Like on the off chance, right? On the off chance that I end up like if on the off chance that streaming becomes like this big thing for me and ends up like being a very successful thing. Like I know for a fact, like even if YouTube takes off, right? I know for a fact that I will probably have maybe 4, maybe 5 years tops at like the peak, and then from there it's just like a steady decline. Like it's a common trend I've noticed with like a lot of content creators. And yeah, there are exceptions. There's always exceptions, but like the general rule for like creating content is someone will be on top for a good while and then they just kind of fizzle out. It's like you can't stay in like prime moments forever, you know? So you just got to enjoy what you can. Enjoy the ride. Just make some smart decisions while you're there. Let's see. I'm not joking about my mental state. I am medically fucked up in the skull to the point my physiology was or my yeah, so it functioned normal, and he specifically worked with kids with autism and other mental issues. Very nice dude as well. Someone will outdo you eventually. Yeah, yeah, and still, like everyone, yeah, like especially especially these days, it's we're kind of lucky that we're somewhat in a point in time when like our mental health can actually be like treated and managed and such. Like if this were like hell, even like 50 years ago, there were some really messed up things happening in the mental health sphere. So, like we're kind of in like a good spot in terms of like medical knowledge and all of that. But yeah, it's always good to sort of it's always good to sort of like maintain this kind of vibe of like, oh, whoa, what the fuck happened here? Oh, I completely forgot to delete this side because for whatever reason the vector tool doesn't work in symmetry mode. Okay. So now I just got to figure out which of these lines are the ones that I want to keep. So yeah, get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. And get rid of that one. That's that's looking pretty good. But yeah, that's kind of like my philosophy behind doing anything like really creative and such. You know, anything that could accidentally inflate an ego because again, you can only do something for so long. Like our brain likes to think in cycles. You know, how many days in a week, how many weeks in a month, how many like months in a year, how many seasons in that year, and in like predictable cycles. Like we like to think about things being cyclical in nature, but like time is linear. And the things we do happens on that linear scale of time. So the farther we go along, it's I feel like I'm getting like I feel like I'm waxing like way too philosophical while I'm drawing a robot head, but like this is this is just the kind of stuff I think about, you know? It's good to maintain a sort of healthy separation. Okay, so ooh, actually no, that's too intense. Let's soften up color. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, you know, humanity is taking a dive when the person who can barely express empathy and sympathy is more of a decent person to other people than normal people. I mean, I mean, valid. Okay, so I'm thinking about maybe doing. Ooh, how am I going to do this? I'm going to use kind of like a purplish gray for these bits right here, these bits right here. Gonna do a darker. We're gonna do a darker. Well, yeah, we'll do a little bit of that, and then there we go. Okay. So the vision I have for this is going to be twofold. So I'm going to be doing. Oh, whoops. What's going on there? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing? It's referring to layers. What's going on? Why is it? All right. Hold on. Let's see if this will fix it. What is happening? There we go. Okay, that kind of fixed. I have no idea what made that do that. That's a bit odd. Okay, so what I'm planning on doing is having this be my usual green, right? But actually, how am I gonna do this? Because one thing I was going to do was have just do kind of like a how am I gonna do this? So yeah, because one thing I was gonna do was I was going to have like the metal bits here be like go from silver from like I was gonna have it go from like copper, silver, and then gold. So, for example, this would be silver, and then for the copper, it would be kind of this sort of rusty. It'd be sort of like this rusty orange. And like bearing in mind, this is going to be like fairly tiny. And then maybe a bright gold? Yes, sort of something like that. Maybe instead of the usual green, I should make this dual tone. So for the gold, so there'd be like that bright orange, and then it would probably be a kind of pale. I don't think I like that though. Don't think I like that. Choosing colors for robots is hard. Let's see. A fun trick is to look at how secondary series like BB Senshi or SD World Heroes adapts regular designs to fit the new theme, whether it be sci-fi, fantasy, or based on historical factions. Let's have a look. Hold on. Oh my god, these designs look sick. Oh, these designs look so sick. Ooh, loud. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is how about instead I think I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. So, so for the bronze. Okay, so we got that for the bronze. For the silver, we're going to do sort of like a bluish kind of tint. Ooh, rice. Thank you. Welcome. Ooh, I have food. Yes. Thank you kindly. Let's see. Maybe textured approach like chip paint could. That would be cool. Unfortunately, I'm having to sort of like remember that this is going to be very, very tiny. So like at most it's probably going to be like this big on screen. And that's being very generous. So what I'm probably going to have to do is just be kind of very obvious with the coloring. So I'm gonna make this only ever so slightly, just ever so slightly darker here. And then I will go in. Now the real question is, there's not really much visual distinction there. So what I'll probably have to do, instead of going darker, oh, what am I doing here? Okay, so silver one's good. That one's fairly easy. The copper one, I think the copper one is good. That one's also good. It's just the gold one that's giving me grief here. So what I'll probably have to do is just... I think I know. Oh! Oh wait, royal purple works. That is a genius idea. And ooh, actually, let's darken that purple a bit. Let's make it a deeper purple. And slightly warmer too. And the gold actually complements it. I say complements it, it's a secondary color to purple, so it ends up working out. Okay. I think we have a good foundation to work with here. So what I'll do next I'm going to go ahead and add a. I'm gonna go overlay and with this new layer. So that way, I'm gonna go for like this pinkish off-white that I tend to use for I use for my own model, just because it's such a nice shade. And what I'll do is do some edge highlights. So we'll highlight the edges here. Now, normally when it comes to shades, shading things, you have to approach it a little bit differently. Obviously, like highlights near the light source and shadows away from the light source. But metal is a little bit different. A lot of metal tends to have this sort of like the corners catch light differently. So it leads to this kind of like weird highlighted edge, like so. In fact, with a lot of, I think I mentioned this on a previous stream. What a lot of people do when they're painting metals is they'll put down a base tone, and then they'll go in and they'll highlight the corners, the edges, and then they will basically pull. They'll basically force like scuffs and scratches into the surface to give it that sort of like metallic roughness. The main exception I tend to mess with is of course rounded objects. I just realized something. Why don't I have the symmetry tool on this? There we go. There we go. That makes life so much easier. There we go! Okay. So I have this idea in my head. So we're gonna do sort of like a rim light here. And then I'm gonna come down the center here. That nice sort of metallic sheen. All right. So one thing I love doing when it comes to shading metal is I say shading metal. One thing I like doing is basically this pattern with the highlights. So I tend to have this like stepped pattern, and it kind of works out. You can actually see it on my model if you look at how I have the baked-in lighting. So it kind of has this big. So it starts with like a big band of light, like this, and that's where the light is most. That's where the highest intensity of light is hitting, and then I have smaller bands that sort of go down further until it sort of becomes a thin line. And it creates this sort of like nice, like this nice metal shine. And I came across it completely by mistake when I was working on this model. And ever since then, it has just been like the most useful tool, like the most useful technique in my tool belt. Alright, I'm not being super precious about line consistency now. I'm just trying to get the highlights down. And also, this pattern also works with shadows as well. So what I tend to do is, and I'll go into this when I'm adding the shadows. I'm just getting the highlights down first. But what I tend to do is, once the pattern for the highlights sort of thins out, I mirror it with the shadows. So like when it gets down to its thinnest point, you kind of take over with the shadows, and you kind of like just hold on. Let me just do a quick example here. So like from there, that's when you'll start with the thinnest point, and then you just keep on working until you get to this large band here. That's kind of like the way I do like lighting on metal. It's just my method of doing it. It's not perfect, but it works for my aesthetic. Okay, so I'm just gonna highlight that there. So the idea with this bit is it's not like actually metallic, it's more of like a matte kind of enamel paint in my head. So like the gold bits are like obviously metallic, like 100% metallic. So because of that, they'll have full-on edge highlights. There we go. Yeah, so they'll have full-on edge highlights, and then they'll also have like the metallic bands in terms of shading. And then when I go in with the shadows on the opposite end, it's gonna really tie this all together. Speaking of, let's go ahead and let's get this bit highlighted. And let's go ahead and get an edge highlight here. Not that it's metallic, but just because it just seems like it'd feel nicer just having that highlight along that outside edge. I'm gonna be honest, there's like really no hard set rules for shading. You just kind of have to dive in, fuck up as much as possible, and then just kind of like figure it out through vibes. Oh yeah, I'm like the tri lens is something that I was kind of like fiddling around with ideas, and when I settled on that, I'm like, ooh, yes, thank you. I will definitely keep that. I like me likey. Hmm. Listen, I can't I can't be a creator named Sunny Mecha if I don't have my own mecha design. Like I'm currently like messing around with making a new low poly model from scratch. Something that's like based off of Mega Man Legends. Which, if you're in the Discord, you'll definitely have seen uh like progress report pics of that. But I'm also planning on having a low poly mech design as well. I kind of want to make like a full on like mech environment with with like the cockpit and all of that. Maybe have a little bit of the mech bay outside of it. Yeah, I know you're in the Discord, Unicorn. It's just when I'm streaming, I have to like reiterate things for like the VOD and anyone who's like just like watching outside of the live stuff. But yes, if this works out, the Umi, like he gave me the mental picture of a ferret dragging things under cover. I mean, listen. Gonna be honest, this is the first time I've evoked the whole image of a ferret. If I'm gonna be honest, I know I'm probably spending too much time on like the little shading details here because this is gonna be such a small image that a lot of these details are gonna be lost. But like I kind of operate under the fact that even if no one else will know, I will know. Okay, let's add a little three-dimensionality. Have that catch the light. Cool. All right, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try something here. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. That little bit of overlay adds that nice glow. All right, and if I did this properly, if I hide the rest of these, so we'll hide the gold and we'll go there. Because it's the overlay layer, it's immediately applicable to all of them. Yes, it worked. Yes. Okay. Same as the small line in the eye of one of the Twitch emotes. Yeah, like I don't really like worry too much if it's gonna be like super small. Like you'll only really notice it if it's like blown up, but if it's gonna be tiny, all of those like little imperfections get lost anyway. And that's one thing you gotta accept as an artist. Sometimes perfectionism can be kind of a waste of time. Because if you stop back and look at the greater picture, it kind of doesn't matter. Sometimes you just gotta stop and go, you know what? That's good enough. Let's keep going. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Okay, so now that I have that in, all right, so I'm actually gonna name these layers. Okay, so these are going to be the highlights. Oh, I recently got a new keyboard. Something that's like split. So I have like I have like my numpad over here, my actual keyboard over here, and I have like this really cool mode where like if every key I press, it lights up a little green light next to it. It's like, ah, yes. Okay. Okay, so that's the highlights layer, and then we're gonna drag that down here, and then this will be the shadows. So we're gonna make this a multiply layer, and we're gonna be very graphic there. We're gonna go on the cooler side of purple. I know some people say you shouldn't shade with purple, but like I'm gonna do it anyway. It's such a strong color. Like honestly, and it's like you can have warmer purples and you can have cooler purples. It's great. You get the best of both worlds. I like having that bright splash. If you notice, I like using a lot of saturated colors. I just love colors. Yet true, it does also depend on like the piece. Like say for example, if I was going to do like a standard like outdoor scene, right? Then yeah, I would instead have the shadows be a cool blue because like or even a slightly warmer blue. Mostly because of how light bounces off of things and how shadows do tend to be blue because, sky's blue and all of that. There's a lot of funny things about there's a lot of things about shadows that's kind of funny. You actually stop and look and go, ah, yeah, yeah, that makes sense, but I would have thought about it that way. See, when I add the shadows, it just makes the effect pop. Ooh, speaking of, hold on. I kind of want to. I know. I decided this was just going to be like an enamel, but I think, I think this is going to elevate it just a little bit. Sometimes you can break your rules to get a better end result. Also, now I imagine a mech that has a I love colors button will make it light up like a disco ball. I gotta make that a thing now. I have to make that a thing now. When I finally fully model my mech, including the cockpit and all of that, I'm going to add an I love colors button. It'll probably be like behind one of those like in case of emergency break glass screens. It would. It would. Shock and awe. They're shocked that I'll have that on my mech, and they're in awe that it exists. There we go. And then actually, I'm just gonna add just a little bit of a shadow. Just kind of complete the pattern. So yeah, if you actually look at how I have my helmet shaded, you can kind of see I alternate between like light, dark over and over again. So let's... Let's get this bit right here. I'm not gonna go too super overboard with the shadows because I don't want it to overpower the midtones. I like working in high contrast. Like, I'm very out of practice when it comes to soft lighting. But like I love the aesthetic of like hard shadows and hard highlights. It just tickles. It just tickles my ape brain. I just look at it and go, ooh, shiny. Shiny. Let's see. Yeah. That little shadow streak actually makes the highlights pop a little. There we go. So, actually, we're not going to go over that quite yet. In fact, I am, but it's going to be just this little bit. This little detail's going to get lost. I know it's going to get lost, but I'm going to do it anyway. As an artist, I found myself kind of like trying to recreate simplicity in my style, because you know, when you're like learning and you're trying to like improve, you get to this point where it's like, ah, yes, I need to be as detailed as possible and I need to get all the anatomy down, and then like after a while you start to realize that's like, oh no, I don't know how to use shape language anymore. So then you have to like kind of retrain yourself. That kind of breaks my rules a little bit, but it's fine. But yeah, I'm kind of having to like retrain myself to work in simple shapes again. And just like going for simplicity. Because sometimes like a lot of people, when they see like great artists and such, they think, ah, yes, realism. Truly a mark of skill. It's like, no. Personally, I have mad respect for artists who are able to convey so much information with as little brushstrokes as possible. Like my one of my all-time favorite artists is still Brian Lee O'Malley, and he has, the guy who made Scott Pilgrim, and he has like a very simple, well, he has a deceptively simple art style. I remember back in the day, people used to call his art style like amateurish and such, but it's like, no, 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 you don't understand. He he understands the shapes, the forms, and how to get them. Like he's able to convey so much with so little. And that's very difficult. It's why I also have like mad respect for people who are able to do like pixel art, because that has a very high margin of error if you're not careful. Like if you're careless with like where you place color on like pixel art, you could completely ruin the composition of your piece. So being able to convey more with less is, in my opinion, a mark of a master. It's like now that I understand complex forms and how they all sort of fit together, I'm having to sort of like retrain my brain into like breaking them down even more simplistically. Cause like again, gotta retrain my brain to speak shape language. There we go, we'll leave that. Alright, and now let's do a color test. So we have silver, we have bronze, and then we have gold. It looks so sick. Hmm. Oh, tomato. Just I need to get more. I need to get more rice in my mouth. Mm. Mm. Okay, I think that's the sub badges done. So I'm just gonna quickly export these. Yeah, I might as well export them at 25%. Just makes them a little bit small. Okay, so then there's that one. Okay, we got the bronze one. Also export that at 25%. And then we have the silver one. Going to export that. Okay. I'm just going to quickly, get these applied. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. I think it's under. Is that a creator dashboard? I think it's creator dashboard. Yeah, creator dashboard. Okay, and settings. I gotta remember where it is in here. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Should be under subscriptions. Subscriber badge. Here we go. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna have the bronze one. Hmm. Okay. So let's see how I can get this all set up here. Let's see. Almost like there is someone nearby who knows these things. You could ask if you're struggling. I mean, I could, but Layla's vibing right now. And I already found it.
Going on?
I was just trying to find out where the subscriber badge is. Now I just need to
Oh.
But yeah, but I found it in the settings. It's all good. It's all cool. Okay, so I have I think it's Oh, it must be. Oh, it doesn't do it automatically. Okay. Okay. That's good to know. So. Um so I'm gonna have to export these. So this will be bronze 72. Okay. This is riveting content here. Okay, so we'll upload the but it is 72 by 72 pixels. Eh? Wait. Is it not 72 by Wait, what? Hold on. Image properties. Show me. Oh, I exported it as 75. Okay. All right, one more time. Okay, so there we go. 72. All right, so okay. Okay, and then this one's going to be bronze 36. And then finally, bronze 18. Here we go. Here we go. No, 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 no. Don't you. Okay, so let's get that down to 18. No. 18 pixels. Come on. Why isn't it going down? Oh. Can this only export? Wait. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. I think I know a workaround. I think I know a workaround. Okay, and then okay, 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 okay. So, for the workaround, I'm gonna have to take this 500 pixel one, and then I'm going to have to re-export it as bronze 18. Okay, it was literally because the image was too big to actually like export it to such a small size. Got it. That's a weird limitation I didn't know existed in Clip Studio Paint until now. But makes sense. Cool, 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 cool. All right, so all right, so we're gonna upload that. Yes, I own all the rights to these images. I literally just made them. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, and then okay, so we're gonna have the 2-month also be bronze. So uploading that. Cool. And then for the 3-month, we're going to do this one as silver. So let's just drag that right in there. Cool. Okay, okay, okay. So. Okay, so that's gonna be silver 72. And that's gonna be 72 pixels. Okay, and then we're going to export, and then this one's going to be silver 36. There we go. And then one more. And then this one's going to be silver 18. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. We are getting there, guys. We are getting there. And what do you mean must be 36? It is 36. Did I fuck up the export for 36? Probably did. Yeah, let's replace them. Let's do. Probably accidentally did like 35 or something again. Okay, so 36. There we go. Cool. All right, and same for the 6 month. That's also going to be the silver mech. There we go. Awesome. And then the 9 month is going to be the golden purple one. So let's drag that down here. There we go. Okay. We're almost done with this part. So then this is going to be gold 72. Pixels. There we go. All right. Okay, and then gold 36. Also 36 pixels. There we go. And then finally, gold 18. Ha! There we go. And then this will be for the 9-month and 1 year respectively. Just gonna drag these in here real quick. Upload that. Like, these are going live, like, right now. Like, right just now. Go. And... there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so they're all up now. They are all up. They'll just have so they have the usual, I mean, I kind of like Twitch's, like, default star flare for, the different tiered subs, so you know what? We'll keep that. Yes. They are up. They are live. There we go. Ah. All right. So now whenever anyone subscribes, their subscriber badge will have this wonderful mech head. So the base mech head's going to be the bronze one. And then after after 2 months it'll go up to here, and then for like the 9 to 12 month range, bam. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that. I'm going to save this just in case I need to do any edits or tweaks. Okay, so there we go. All right. Okay. So now that we got, like, the vital stuff out of the way, I'm gonna do one quick sketch, just so I can get it out of my system. Then we're probably gonna hop into Hytale. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a just a very very quick sketch. So in fact, I always start with the rib cage. I always do this because it gives me all the information I need for my usual art style. But I want to try something a little different. So instead of going my usual approach, where I do like this, and then I attach the shoulders to the body, and then I do like the collarbone, then I figure out where the head is. Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen me do this before. So instead of going through all of this, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to instead work in shapes. Which, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing I was doing before. However, this time, I'm more thinking of the overall shapes rather than the anatomical shapes, if that makes sense. So, like, it's the same basic idea. However, all these squares make a mech. Yes. So, mechs are surprisingly difficult to draw. Well, I say surprisingly, like, come on. There's anytime you see a commission sheet, they always come with the caveat no mecha. And honestly, I understand completely why. Mechs are kind of tough to draw, and most people are trained up to draw organic shapes. Heck, I'm inclined to draw more organic shapes. It just forces artists to do a bunch of perspective that they really don't want to do, and I don't blame them. Perspective is like very boring. It's like the math of the art world. Yeah, no, I'm never going to put no mecha on my commission sheet just because one, it seems really weird, right? You know, yes, Sunny Mecha doesn't draw mecha. No, no, no. Of course I'll draw mecha. It's just gonna take me a little bit longer than what I would normally draw. Here we go. It would be pretty hilarious. It would also get me memed on to like no end. Listen, I accepted the risks when I decided to call myself Sunny Mecha. Okay, so I'm kind of going for a more simplistic design. Yeah, I'm moon themed. That's the irony. Like all of my, like even my offline, like my offline art is literally me watching. Yeah, yeah, I'm green as a grasshopper. Listen, the reason why I decided to go with green is, well, one, because green is obviously a really good color, and two, not a whole lot of people use green in their branding. I pretty much went with like the Incredible Hulk like logic behind picking green. Like everyone picks like reds or blues or purples or pinks or like, but like you don't see green very often. I agree. Blue is a very nice color. I used to have like a blue leather jacket for a while. I could Speaking of like people always picking red, I the current leather jacket that I wear like out in the cold is bright red. Yeah, that's another thing that I find really annoying when it comes to green like green things. It's like it's never like bright emerald green or like forest green. It's always like olive. And it's always like invisible green. Yeah, it's always like a dull green. Um and like there are other shades of green. There are better shades of green. The words of a famous book. It's not easy being green. I feel like you would rock a mint green. Honestly, yeah, I'd probably rock a mint green. I'll probably make some like outfit toggles with my new model that'll give me like different shades of green. We'll just say it's optic camouflage. Hey, fishy, welcome on in. Come to think of it, the only other streamer I can think of that is green is radioactive. Yeah, yeah. See, like the green stands out. Everyone wants to be red or blue or purple or pink or like any variation, but like, yeah, I'm gonna be green. Okay, so let's see what I can do here. So I'm trying to not be like super caught up in like the greebly bits of drawing mecha because it's like it's really easy to overdo like all the minor details. Let's see. Then there's that weird bluish black and dark gray of the original stealth armor that Iron Man used in Armor Wars. Yeah. so how am I going to do this? I've messed up. Oh, actually, I'm gonna keep this kind of shape, and I'm going to just sort of like hint at it attaching right there. Also got the laugh at the ADH demons talking to Sunny again. The ADH demons have gripped me super hard. Like my mind just like bounces like from one thing to another to one thing to another. Like we went on a big tangent about the color green. And also the fact that I'm called Sunny Mecha, but all of my branding so far has moons on it. That's also why I have my new logo that has like the big sun on it. ADHD. So about those big patches. Oh, the thing about the bit badges, I don't know what I'm gonna do for them. With the subscriber badges, it was fairly easy to like think, yes, Mechhead, but like I don't know, cause like the bit badges are like, hold on. Yeah, the bits tiers badges. There's like how many are there? Oh, there's so many. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 different bit badges. Mechhead. Mechhead. I can't even say it that fast. Hmm. So at the moment, what I'm drawing is I'm basically drawing a mech design. Um, though drawing mechs is very difficult, and I knew that going in. You could slip and say meth head. Yeah, it's very easy. Okay, so for this bit right here, I'm trying to go for like a more simple approach when it comes to drawing mechs. So instead of focusing on like the big greebly like details and such, I'm just focusing on like broad shapes. Just very, very broad shapes. Trying to keep it as simple as possible. You only really need to worry about the first five-ish ones. True. Hmm. Yeah, very true. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I guess how would we theme them? Also, I'm realizing this mech is looking a little too proportioned properly. We need to let's exaggerate a bit. Let's exaggerate the portions a bit. Let's get a good silhouette. Let's get some nice silhouettes going on here. So, let's see. Before I start putting in all the massive details, let's see where I'm going to attach the. So I'm thinking for this, what I'll probably end up doing first is cockpit goes there, center of mass, and then with the mech's face here. You know, it can't be Sunny Mecha if I don't have a mech. Then I'd just be Sunny. Okay. Quickly shape that in. Also, if you're wondering why I'm drawing everything in blue, it's mostly out of habit. I know I've mentioned this before on stream, but I feel like I have to mention it again in case people missed it the first time. I started drawing in blue out of because I started drawing I started drawing in the context of comics, and one of the things that you needed were non-photo blue pencils. Essentially just like a colored pencil that's like a very specific shade of blue that doesn't show up on scanners. That's the that's like the long and short of it right there. And drawing in non-photo blue actually has its benefits, especially when it comes to like line art and such. It makes it easier to see what you're putting down in terms of like eye contrast and all of that. I'm gonna do. Oh, oh, oh! That was my meds alarm. I will probably need to BRB here in just a second. Um, remember, folks, take your medications, take your antidepressants. Hmm. Actually, I wonder if I take all of my medication. Well, not like all of my medication, but if I take like, because I have like two different medications I take, and one of them gets me zooted as hell. Hightail would be pretty funny when that kicks in. Oh yeah, I take some inspiration from the 40k Tal mechs. I have like an entire 40k like Tal mech regiment like on my bookshelf right now. The Tal was my favorite faction, obviously. In fact, I kind of paint up my my Tal mechs in Principality of Xeon colors, just for the meme. I don't really play 40k. I mostly just play one-page rules, just because it's way more digestible. Like it's nice being able to have multiple games in a single afternoon. Love one page rules. One page rules is great. I had to cancel my subscription to them though because like um I'm I'm planning on pursuing this a little bit more seriously, and the last thing I need is additional charges on a month-to-month basis. I'm trying to like slim down my monthly footprint so budgeting would be a lot easier. Hey, welcome back, Fishy. All right. Speaking of the ADH demons, um, they're currently gripping me right now because I should get up and take my meds, but just one more adjustment. Just one more adjustment. I will probably redraw that in a bit, but yeah, this is how I'm liking this design. So this design I've kind of like it's a mixture of three things. It's yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, before I get into this. Yeah, yeah, hold on. I gotta go take my meds. Hold on. I gotta take my meds. I gotta take my meds. Hold on. I will be right back. Gotta take my meds. Gotta take my meds. All right. All right. Meds have been taken. Hmm. I chased it down with more rice. Chased it down with more rice. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Honestly, Soundwave is a pretty valid like design for a Mac. Speaking of, okay, so now that we got the head in, it was gonna be like 30 minutes to like an hour and a half for the medication to really hit my system. And normally when the medication hits my system, my drawing ability like deteriorates significantly. Like I have to like consciously be like thinking I can't really draw when I'm like zooted or hammered or what have you. So like okay, so how am I gonna do this? Also, I feel like the torso isn't as... Hold on. I feel like we can do something better with the torso. Let's push this design. Let's like really go wild with it. So, what if we did something like... Actually, let me get some of my old sketchbooks out. Let me see if I because we're in those one design that like really I really cooked with here. See if I can recreate it. It was such a strong design. Just gotta find out which page I have it on. Not that one. Nope, not that one. I've gone through so many iterations of like mech heads until I stopped on this one. Aha! Aha! Okay. Okay. So, what we're going to do instead is we're going to add a bit more shape and a bit more bulk to the front here. Okay, and then we're going to do something interesting here. So we're going to... Because I'm thinking this is probably going to be more of like a size 1 kind of mech, just using terminology from Lancer. Because of course I'd use terminology from Lancer. I mean, that's a pretty good vibe to have for a mech head, because really that's where all of the cameras and like communications relays and such would be located. It's like shooting the head off of a mech is actually a non-lethal way to take down a mech, because you're not really going to have cockpits in the head. They're going to be in the chest where they can be heavily armored. But all of the sensitive equipment that's used for like targeting data and all of that, that's all going to be located in either the head or the back. Yeah, early mechs would totally have it in either the head. So like the chest would be too good of a place to like put the cockpit, just because you can heavily armor it, and mechs are mostly just tanks with legs. Okay, so shape that in, and shape this in. Okay, okay, okay. And then do one of these right down here. What it is? No idea. Okay, and then with that in place, we'll actually have the body kind of come out just a little bit. Like so. It's sort of like this sort of like T shape going on. Kind of like, yeah, the perspective's all kinds of wonky, but we're just trying to get the basic idea down. Oh! Whoa! Wait. That was... Whoa! Hey, hey, thanks, Zach, for the 100 bits. You're the first person to donate bits. Oh, thanks, Zach. Thanks. Oh, that still catches me by surprise. I'm not used to this. Okay. Whew. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to set that up. Like so just to pull back the curtain a little bit. I do all of my so I use VNyan for my VTuber stuff, and I think there is a way to do it. Like there's a way to, because I've been pelted by items before. Um, I've been hit with a pie before. So like there's a way to set it up. I just need to figure out how to do it. I'm gonna kind of go for this sort of like hot rod kind of. So there's this tabletop war game called Heavy Gear Blitz, and their model line is so good, but it's also so fiddly to put together. Imagine imagine miniature gunpla kits that are not push fit. You have to still glue them together, but for all intents and purposes, they're about as complex as a gunpla kit. I say about as complex. They're a little bit simplified, but they still have that gunpla vibe. But they do, like, one of their factions has like shoulder pads. I think they're like the New Coal Army. So like New Coal, they have like these shoulder pads right here, and I love them. I love them so much. They look so cool. I don't know what flavor pie. Maybe pie flavored. Okay, so I'm just gonna block in the shoulders, just so we can get this basic shape in. And also these shoulders I'm kind of like trying to also mimic my plug suit design a little bit as well with this, just to sort of give it some design cohesion. Is this a plug suit, or would this be a hard suit? I think it's sort of like a hybrid of the two. Oof, trying to organize. the roster for 2 campaigns, only for just 2 people wanting to play one and one other wanting to do the. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, organizing campaigns, it's very difficult. One thing I really want to do, once I'm finally at a point to where I can just say goodbye to retail for good and like just work on art and just stream and such. I really want to run weekly like public games of retail fuck you. Affectionately, fuck you. Suspiciously placed rod? Why, yes. Mechs have cod pieces for some reason. Well, I always found like cod pieces on mechs to be kind of silly because like there's like even in Lancer there's one design where like I think it's like one of the variants of the Everest if I remember correctly. Well, I'm just trying to do this from memory. They have a cod piece that's like this, and like it starts like this, and then it swoops in. It like swoops in like so, and it has like this sort of like landing on it. And I think the idea is you're supposed to climb up the robot's crotch to get to the cockpit. So like, and there were like these sort of like safety handles here. And like like design elements like that I find to be kind of ridiculous. Because there's something cursed about like there's something very cursed about having to climb into your robot dick first. Make the cod piece bigger. All right, let's make the cod piece bigger. There we go, bigger cod piece. Add this little extra detail here as well. Horizontal. No, 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 no. Just the tip. Yeah, so the idea is it's supposed to like. So this part of the robot's supposed to like swoop in kind of like that. And then the legs kind of attach right about here-ish. So let's just... It should be a grenade launcher, just shooting bombs out of the crotch. I think there's like a really cursed design idea here. Because you could totally have like... Hold on. You could totally have like a big... Hold on, I'm just gonna quickly like block in a robot design. Just casually making more mech designs just to show how cursed of an idea this is. But yeah, so right when we get to this portion right here, where the hips would be, I'm pretty sure if you really wanted to go that route, because hear me out, hear me out. Actually, hold on. Oh, how is this gonna be set? So it would be like a revolver. Oh, we're playing this this is flying too close to the sun. This is flying too close to the sun. Anyways, moving on from that. Let's see if we can get a really cool, like... Let's see if we can get, like, a really cool silhouette going on here. I'm feeling Sunny may require something to fight the ADH demons like Lilith does. Yeah, I probably need to get medicated for it, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. My current medication mostly just handles the depression side of things. Here we go. Alright, so... Not just something to get your attention. Let's see, how am I going to... How am I gonna pose this? I wanna do a nice dynamic pose. Let's see. I have some art figures on my desk here. Let me work out a pose design real. Let me just work out a pose real quick. Let me work out a pose real quick. I think I'm gonna lean in a bit with the Zaku 2 inspirations that I have going on at the moment. Yeah, so the thing about that, right? The thing about those particular side effects is the way antidepressants work. They just make you more, at least some antidepressants, not all of them, but most of them make you more aware of how shitty you actually feel. So it gives you like, so basically, your brain will just go, ah, this is not a good thing. I should probably not do this anymore. It gives you that response. But sometimes it's it's weird because with antidepressants, when I come off of my antidepressants suddenly, like when I'm in between like prescriptions, I feel it. Like it is, oh. I mean, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it does happen. Okay, so let's see. Let's see what pose I can get here. So I recently picked up these really cool. So I was initially looking for. So SH Figure Arts do these really cool figures called Bodykun and Body-chan, and they they're really good art figures. However, I found a cheap alternative. There are these like 3D printed art figures that actually has like all the same information I needed, but it was like 10 quid for like a pack of 4 with all the accessories, and only one of them came in broken. So, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I have a pose. I have a pose. I have a pose. So. Sometimes I find it way easier to come up with a design if I already have a dynamic pose. Which is odd because you think first you'd get the design down, then you worry about doing cool poses. But I found if a composition is like really boring, it kind of kills my motivation to like properly finish the piece and see what the design is. So I'm just gonna block in some quick shapes here. Let's see. If I get the basic forms of the body set up. Should make it a lot easier to figure out what I'm gonna do with this design. Hey! Hey, Mountain, what's up? Oh, you sent me a DM. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, did you send it to me on my... Did you send it to me on my main... Send it to me on my personal? Hold on. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. All right. That's good to know. Oh, hold on. Hold on, you're not friended on the other one? And I don't have any requests, oddly enough. Hold on. I will send you a... There we go. There we go. All is right in the world. Okay, so what I'm doing here is just mostly getting the form put in. So I'm kind of having to so I'm looking at the figure in person. So normally with these art figures, it's recommended that you take a photo of them just so you can get them in perspective. But I'm not gonna do that because I need to train my brain to just pick a lane when it comes to designs. All right. Then when I'm done blocking in the body here, and actually, you know what? I can exaggerate the legs a little. Hold on. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I do the healthy thing where I have a separate I have a separate Discord. So I have my streaming Discord and then I have like my personal Discord. The personal Discord I've had since like forever and a day ago. And it's just good to have that little bit of separation. It's like having it's kind of like the modern equivalent of having like a personal phone and a work phone, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's see how we can get this leg on here. Now that being said, Mountain, um, there may be a chance I will have to miss on watching Doctor Stone on some Sundays just because I'm really trying to get away from like retail. Like I'm really trying to break out of retail. Let's see. Also on antidepressants, at least in the case of clinical depression, it's actually a breakdown of the serotonin signaling system that completely changes your brain chemistry. Serotonin helps with motivation and task activation, amongst so many other things. So, antidepressants chemically solve your motivation issues, but if your depression includes suicidal thoughts, it's why therapy is so important in treating your depression. True! Very true. I know it seems like kind of off topic, talking about mental health and depression, but like come on. Have you guys seen a mecha anime? Like half the time it's like they do not have happy endings. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly block in the knees. And then once we get this put in, I will probably do a little bit of Hytale. It's because I'm getting... I've been kind of itching to play it, and you know what better excuse to play it than on stream? Oh, oh. Yeah, like Sundays tend to be like my only real like day to stream. However, there may be a chance at some point in the future that my schedule will become a little bit more flexible. I'm just trying to get out of retail because my job is incredibly toxic and like my job security has been kind of not secure. Just because of how like it feels like management at my job is managed primarily by sociopaths who desperately want to be corporate drones. It's wild. Like they're so busy cosplaying as office workers that they just God, and even like the way they speak is like so soulless. It's how do people operate like this? It blows my mind. Okay. I'm actually kind of liking this iteration of the design a little bit better. If you're ever struggling drawing something, rough in a cool pose first. Sometimes it helps. I'm trying to go for kind of like a... I'm kind of going for a blend of like real robot and like super robot in terms of like design, because like a lot of super robots tend to have like very simplistic designs. Or beat yourself against the problem until it breaks. Yeah. Apparently, according to the third-party um, third-party company that handles my work health assessment, apparently my particular... Oh! Hey there, sunshine. How you been? Congrats on getting... Oh, thank you! Yeah, honestly, like this whole like hitting affiliate and all of that, and like just like this very small community I built, it's been giving me a lot of hope. It's been giving me a lot of hope. And it's nice having hope in what would normally feel like a very hopeless situation. So, you know, Thank you guys. And hopefully, in the very near future, if all goes well, we'll be able to do this far more often. And we'll be able to do this far more often. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, man. You deserve it. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that these next few months go like a little bit smoother, and hopefully we'll see some upwards growth, especially once I start actually finishing my goddamn Lancer combat videos. I need to finish those videos. Like, I have such a hard time doing video editing because like my brain hates it so much. Like like I could sit for like 8 hours straight doing art because it feels like I'm constantly like making forward progress. But like with video editing, it's like an hour and a half has gone by and only 3 minutes of actual video editing has been done. It's like, oh no. Oh no. The reward centers of my brain, they're not rewarding. Go. Yeah, once I finish those Lancer combat videos, um oh yeah, I also need to actually upload the VODs from all of these like art sessions onto I made a VODs channel. So I will be doing that. I was kind of like debating whether or not to even do a VODs channel and just do it all on my main channel, but like no, the VODs would just clutter things up. Fast and loose with how I draw. So there we go. Work, Mecha Man! Work! Yeah. Yeah, that would honestly, just like having a little accountability would definitely help. Uh it's like I get to a point and then I realize there's an asset I need to make, and then it just kind of like snowballs from there. Go. Trying not to get too complex with this design. I don't want it to be like filled with a bunch of sci-fi greebly bits. I want it to read as a mech. I want it to be easy to draw as a mech. Don't need to get super complicated with this design as a mech. Mechs don't need to be complicated. They just have a reputation of being complicated because everyone's trying to emulate Gundam, which is basically one of the biggest, like, real mecha, real robot, like, codifiers in the genre. And and everyone's obsessed with it, myself included. Easy to draw. That's the funniest thing you've said so far. Listen, I'm really trying here. Because the further I go along, I just gotta simplify more shapes. Shapes need to be simplified. There we go. We'll do one of these numbers right here, and then thing is, I gotta stop like thinking of this in terms of a robot. I need to start thinking of this as like being a dude in a really bulky robot suit. Yeah, for real though, no rush. Yeah, yeah. Like honestly, it is easy to like lose the forest for the trees, especially when it comes to like video editing and like making videos on like Lancer's combat. It's such a like there's a lot to Lancer's combat. Like I have so much recorded. Like I have like so far the video is going to be like if I did it all as one big video, it's going to be like 45 minutes long. And that's not even including everything. Like I still need I still need to record more stuff for it. Okay, let's get this kind of blocked in. There we go. Yeah, like I often hear people compare Lancer's combat to war games like 40K, and it's not that far off. Yeah, no, true. Like it's very like war game coded, and normally, like normally it's not my speed. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I was always a bigger fan of like super like rules light systems, like for example, there's the mecha hack for things like mech combat and all that. Like the problem is, it's really difficult to have like a mech RPG that isn't going to be like crunchy in some way because like they all have their crunch. They're all like super like granular and simulated in their own ways. It's a tough genre to make games for because the more you think, oh, I want to simulate this, oh, I want to simulate that, and then boom, next thing you know, you have like a 300-page long rule book. Or even like Vampire the Mask. Yeah, yeah. There's I found when it comes to like it's very difficult to get people like hyped for a mecha tabletop RPG. Um, because I mean, I found the easiest way to get people like hooked into a mecha RPG is to not even tell your players it's going to be a mecha setting. Like There's this one RPG, Fabula Ultima, and they have a sci-fi splat book. That's pretty much like, Fantasy Star essentially. And that splat book has a pilot class that you can use to make like other builds and such. That entire game is built from the ground up to be like multi-class from the get-go. Um, but something like that, where like having the mech is more of a cool add-on rather than like the focus of it. I found people are more inclined to play games like that. You forget most of the slowness of combat is the players being slow to know what they want to do. Yeah, yeah, very true. Just gonna I can get this mech all plotted in. Thinking about doing something like this, where there's like designing mechs is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Why do I do this to myself? And that leg is not quite in the perspective I wanted. Hold on. That's fixable. That. There we go. There we go. This is more how I wanted the pose to be. Like, too exaggerated. Ooh, I can feel my art skills deteriorating. As we speak, the medication must be kicking in. Oh, there's one mecha game I kind of want to run. Um, just because it seems like it'd be very easy to like teach people to play it. I think it's like it's not Armor Aster, is it? Um, oh, I'm blanking on the title. Oh, anyways, we will we will leave the art here for now. I'm still gonna have to do like quite a bit of designing off stream for this mech, just because again, mechs are very difficult. If you think about it, is it your art skills deteriorating, or are you ascending above your ability to draw? I mean, that's one good way to think about it, actually. All right, um, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wind down drawing bit. We're gonna dip our toes into Hightail. So let's see. Okay. Mechs and monsters? It's not Mechs and monsters. Hold on. What's the name of this? What's the name of this? It's not Armor Aster, right? No, it's not Armor Aster. It's but that is another one. That'd be fun to play. Hold on. Let me find. Let me find it here. It's not. It's done by the same people that did the Mecha hack. Aether Nexus. So that one is a fantasy mech game where you're basically in this, like, think of it like Sky Islands and such. There are like no there's like no human there's no human species to pick from. So you're basically picking from like what are essentially like tieflings, like fungal people, gargoyles, just like these really interesting figures. And that one seems like that'd be pretty interesting to run for, like, especially if you want to like ease people into the mecha genre. Because some people kind of shy away from sci-fi RPGs a lot of the times, I've noticed. Because like there's always at least one person in your normal group that goes, "Well, actually, I'm not really too into sci-fi." I'm like, "Oh, that's valid." Aether Nexus it does seem like that's a good way to sort of bridge the gap, because you can still get away with like a lot of it's like it's very soft mecha is the best way I can describe it. So instead of like starscapes and all of that, it's like you are in this endless expanse of sky. The ships are airships. Your mechs are these magical suits of armor. So it's part of the magical mecha genre. It's it's very inexpensive. It's like it's like $20 for a for like a copy. And I think the digital version is even cheaper than that, I think. Yeah, so it's actually no, it's like $20 for the digital version. If you want to get like the print version, it's like closer towards like 25 from like their main website. But yeah, it's a pretty solid game. It does have one pet peeve I have with a lot of RPGs, where they will rename the stats. So instead of it being like strength, dexterity, constitution, they do like these abstract stats. So it's like, I think the stats are based off of elements. So it's like earth, wind, fire, air, and you like in order to like, I think like strength checks are like earth checks. It's really weird. That's the one thing I don't like about it. And that's a big pet peeve of mine when it comes to a lot of RPGs, when they just decide to take a bunch of like abstract like stat names because they don't want to use like the main, strength, dex, all of that. Like there's better ways you could do this instead of like going full abstract. Oh yeah, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, so Aether Nexus is yeah. So you're. Oh wait, why is it making me? Hold on, that's weird. My own chat. Let me. Oh, that's really weird. Okay. Oh, now it's gonna make me do two-factor authentication just so I can post the name in chat. That's fun. That is fun. Okay. There we go. Cool. So, so here's the spelling of this RPG. Um, they so these designers um they also do a really good, very cheap um RPG for just like generic mecha in general called the Mecha Hack, which is basically that. And they have and they also have a mission manual which also has like extended and honestly the Mecha Hack is very if you have people who are really struggling to learn Lancer and they still want to like play an RPG, you can use Lancer setting, but I would recommend using the Mecha Hack because again, it's one of those like really quick systems to pick up. It's like good theater of the mind. Um and it's like very direct. So instead of having like a class and like a chassis, you basically pick a pilot archetype and then a mech archetype. So you're kind of like filling these different roles. So it's more loose in that regard. Another one that's also really good is also Salvage Union. That's another good mech RPG that actually has a lot of good ideas that you can pick up and use for for like Lancer as well. Jumping around to some other streams, and I'm reminded that I'm getting the Cult of the Lamb. That I gotta get the Cult of the Lamb update. It looks really good. Yeah, I've been hearing some good things about Cult of. In fact, I need to play more Cult of the Lamb. Let's see. All I know is if Sunny wants to run a game, I would be down to play, even if I have to learn it first. Yeah, the Mecha Hack is such an easy game to like pick up and play. Like it takes like 10, 15 minutes to roll up a character and then you're in. Um let's see, there's another one. I have the PDFs for it floating around on one of my drives somewhere. I have a bunch of Cthulhu Tech um PDFs, which basically Call of Cthulhu with mecha. I don't know if it's any good, but it's one of like the older mecha RPGs, right up there with Mechton Zeta. It has Twitch integration for Cult of the. Oh, now that's an idea. All right. I'm getting caught by the ADH demons. Okay, so let me. Let's just gradually fade out that music. There we go. I'm going to boot up Hytale. Could consider streaming it. It does have Twitch integration to let your chat help or fuck around with you and can have us in your. You know what? You know what? Honestly, that would be a lot of fun. Um, of course, you guys will see me be absolutely horrible at roguelikes. But but yeah, that would be a lot of fun. So let's hold on. Let me just go. Let's switch to. Ooh, ooh, that's not supposed to happen. Hold on. That's half the fun. The learning wall. I mean, true. Okay, so all right, all right, all right, all right. So let's find out where is my. Do I have to add it in? Oh yeah, I have to add it in. All right, game capture. And then let's do. Oh, where is it? Come on, where's Hytale? I should have set this up ahead of time, but this was. There we go. OBS jump scare, yeah. Let's bring this up, and where am I? Oh, there am I. Okay. And there we go. Let's bring this up. Oh, it's been a while since I've had this overlay. I need to. That's another thing. I need to update my overlay. Okay, so let's get me made. So first off, like, listen, I'm tan, but I'm not that tan. Dang. Um, let's see. How do I change? Yeah, VOD watchers skip ahead a bit. Okay, I'm trying to find out where the. Oh, body characteristics. Here we go. Let's do. Yeah. Yeah, that's looking maybe a shade brighter. Trying to find the right. Tanya, we'll stick with that. Okay, so they're dependent on the biome, not the depth. Got it. Okay, let's get rid of the facial hair. Let's do those eyes. Let's do. Okay, where's the really long hair? Kind of. Not quite. Yeah, this one's looking kind of more my speed. Let's see. Third, the game uses food to give HP recovery and HP regen. No hunger meter. Okay. The second, you want to visit the temple fairly early, but be prepared for a fight. Got it. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly... I'm going to try to make my character as quickly as possible here. Let's see. Anything interesting? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, wait. I don't have that on. Oh, yeah, because that's... Okay. Never mind. Ooh, so many options. So many options. Yeah, we'll go without the helmet for now. Okay. Fourth, there is a backpack upgrade you'll want to obtain for more space. Wait. Oh, that's actually really cool. Okay, got it. Oh, I see. Ooh, wing dice. There we go. Tiny mouth. Okay, and then finally... You know what? Yeah, let's do... This is a full character editor. I am surprised. Like, damn, there's so many options here. I'm gonna stick with, I'm gonna stick with some of the more fantasy options. And then we gotta get some boots on. Okay. And I think That's my little fantasy guy done. Yeah, yeah, I like this. Heck yeah. Oh, do need to set the items. Okay. See, also a fun detail. This is V1 of their world generator that's being used purely so the game can be played when they finish V2. That is fairly different. Good to know. Okay, so we're just gonna. Yeah, what do we name this? Yeah, we'll just call it Test World. Just mostly just diving in, just getting some first impressions. Hmm. This is not my usual mecha content. I do have a backlog of mecha games I really want to play, but this is new. This is exciting. This is something I've kind of been hoping would have come out like 10 years ago, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Okay. Ooh. Whoa, there goes my frames. Okay. How's the frame rate holding up here? Probably help if I closed a few things. Woof. OBS is really chugging. Okay. Okay. A bit jittery. Yeah, let's check out the settings. Let's, let's. Yeah, why is it so jittery? What is going on? Maybe I need to close some things in the background. Let's close. Let's close everything in that window. Oh, thank you. I think I just received my thumb drive. Excellent. Cool, cool, cool. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of jittery in my settings as well. So, okay, I think it's leveled off a little bit. It's still kind of jittery, but not too bad. At least I think. I probably definitely should have maybe tested this. Oh, my FPS cap. That's a good point. Oh, that's probably why. I know it's kind of sacrilege, but I'm gonna I'm gonna cap my frames. Oh, oh, that's much better. That is much better. Okay. So, space to jump. It's the first thing most streamers do. I mean, valid. Alright. Gonna take that candle. That candle looks like it's gonna be very useful later. Pick up some rubble. I can sit down. Yeah. If you don't have a dual PC setup, those frames get capped. Yup. Also, just capping your frames is just a good thing to do regardless. Mostly because like some engines they work off of like they work off of the frame rate. So if you ever notice, like a good example was a friend of mine was playing Stray, and she kept on getting to this one part where she was trying to move to she was trying to knock down a painting, and every time. Oh, so should mention rubble is used like cobble to make things. Oh, ah, so they don't do the crafting grid, but they do have every. Okay, okay. So I'll need plant fiber and stick. Okay. Um, but yeah, the because sometimes if you have uncapped frames, it plays hell on physics engines. So if you ever end up like playing a game that has like physics and you end up like being launched or like the physics objects just really start screwing things around on you, that's why. Oh yes, fully functional map. That's so cool. Okay. Also, looks like okay, so that's the gateway. So, let's let's equip up. Hatchet. We'll make the pickaxe here in just a bit. That's satisfying. That's satisfying. Built-in waypoints, yes. Ooh, also, this water effect. Oh my god, it has water. Okay, okay. Um, ooh, I can just have the candle in my offhand. That's useful. All right, so if you chop the lowest part, they just shatter. Got it. Okay, so that's where I spawn. So let's place some marker there. Oh, this is so good. Oh, this is scratching. Oh, it's actually a radial menu. The offhand is actually a radial menu that holds multiple things. Really? Wait. Oh my god. Wait. So is it possible to like? Oh, I see. Okay. You can also place torches, candles, and such from the offhand. Good to know. Thanks, Mountain. Oh wait, why am I breaking them? I can just pick them up. Like I said, we're not gonna be in this game long. Probably for like 30-ish minutes. Just getting the general gist of things. I will probably be playing a lot of this. I'll stream. Ooh, Z for rate. Ooh. Oh, I like that. It's just like right there too. It's like just right under the S key. So that oh, excuse me. Actually, come on. Oh, I got greedy. Okay, got to me. I don't like how it twitched like that. Oh no, I didn't like that. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Hold on, I forgot. Hold on. How do I? Oh no, hold on. I just realized something. I just realized something. I forgot to update Hightail. I can't believe I forgot to update the stream description. There we go. Oh, it's so easy to forget the category. There we go. It's all updated now. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be needing... Whoa! Wait, you? Oh! Alright, first, I'm definitely going to need to eat. Oh, fuck. No! No, no, no! No! They travel in packs! Uh... Oh! Ha! Oh! Okay. Well... Well... I kinda deserved that. Okay. Let's see. You get see buffs next to Candle. Gonna quickly harvest some berries. I'm gonna collect my stuff from my rotting corpse. Oh, I can't handle this. I can't handle this. I just wanted my stuff. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Time to kite him. Fuck you, I've eaten better dogs than you. Okay. Is that a viewer bot? Let's get rid of that. Let's see. I really wish it was just. I really wish there was a way to just like right click them and ban them. And ban. There we go. Yeah, I'll figure out how to do that off stream. Okay, I need to collect my things. Okay, got all my equipment back. Don't like that. Okay. Okay, so this is the shrine. Ooh, that's a really neat effect. Hard to believe this is all done in Java. Don't know what the mushrooms do, but I'm gonna pick them up anyway. Could be poison, could be fun. I probably shouldn't be looting offerings, but I need the equipment. This is a bucket. Dear God. There's more. No. There's a chest right there. That's a golem. That's a golem. Hey, okay, not a friendly golem. Back! Back, damn you! You shall not pass! Oh god, he just keeps going. Okay. Woo! Cheesed it. Get more of the fruit. Ooh, salt. Ooh, chest. Mine, 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 and... Ooh, copper gauntlets. Bastards. Plural. Okay, grabbing the loot from the chest. Carrot seeds, cool. Copper ingot, awesome. Lesser stamina potion, cool, cool, cool. Crude arrows, gold ore. High roll chest. Grab another bucket. Take that as well. Give me that chair. Shall be perfect. And I'll take another candle. Why not? Table, so I can furnish the new place. Fun fact, they just added necromancy, so those bones have a use. It's best to leave them on the ground until you find a grimoire. Okay. Good to know. I'm just gonna take this candle. Okay. Here goes. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. That just hit me like a sack of fucking bricks. That hit me like a sack of bricks. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just gonna test something. There we go. Okay. Actually, my frame rate's still doing good. Hold on. Epic. Epic. A little bird flying past. Oh, this game's so fucking gorgeous. You're friendly. Hello. Can't interact with you, though. Also note, Hytale isn't written in Java. How do you say hello to them? Friendly place and has trades. Okay. Oh, I see. So they're patrolling. So this has like full on. Oh. What are you under construction? Okay. Oh, you can't. I guess you can't move things here. Oh, hello. What do you have to trade? Essence of life. Okay. Apple pie, pumpkin pie, meat pie, mushroom skewer. That recipe might be interesting. Need essence of life, though. The under construction sign requires an under construction sign. This is just so gorgeous. Oh, this altar right here? Okay. Memories feature. Let's see. Void Curse keeps Orbis locked away, but there may yet be a way to break it. A deity rests within this heart of Orbis. Seek out memories of Orbis, myriad creatures, and record them for. Okay. Your inventory can now store a limited number of memories under a special section. Turn to the heart of Orbis to unlock a variety of rewards. Okay. Okay. Yeah, got a memory of a duck. Heart template to store it. Okay. So basically, get a memory when encountering a new thing. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna scoop some extra rice here. Hmm. I see. So this is a safe place to come back to. Oh, hello. Work in progress. Okay, so everything else is work in progress. Got it. Okay, yeah, this game's gonna this game's gonna rewrite my brain. Wait, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, does that mean? Wait a minute. You can vault? Wait, what's the range of? It has mantling. It has mantling. Okay, 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 okay. All right, okay. So I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm going to, at the very least, I'm going to build a little house. Oh, but first, I'm gonna record these memories. Without food, you don't heal. So this is like OG Minecraft vibes going on here. Okay, so report those 9 memories. Okay. So. I'm going to make a tiny little house in the main biome. something that's nearby here. Because it seems like this would be a fairly decent place to have a... Oh, yeah, now my frame rate's chugging. Now it's chugging. Okay, so... Craft that. That. Okay. Also, golem respawns. Good to know. Oh, there's like a little oh, you can rotate. Okay. 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 So, I'm just going to place those there. So let's see what we have to work with. Okay. Gonna make a short bow. That seems like that's gonna be very useful. Let's see, I already have a bunch of arrows, but I can craft some more, actually. Okay. Hey target, training dummy, wooden spikes. So everything's in tab, so it's easy to get to. Chef stove, blacksmiths. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a very dense game. Okay. So, input there. Okay, so we're gonna craft 10 of those. Do 10 of those. Let's do... Where's the door? Oh, yeah. So we'll craft a door. We'll craft a couple of windows. And we'll see what we need after we get the rest of this build. So, okay. So some benches have multiple tiers. Okay. And we're told that you change block slope whilst it's in the world. Very good to know. Very good to know. That is so satisfying. That is so very satisfying. Okay. Okay. So, we should have tons to work with here. some very, very basic house construction. We're talking as basic can get. Basically, basic. Okay, I should probably see how tall the door actually is. I want to say it's going to be 2 blocks, but... And it is. Good. Oh. Actually, no, I did want to put that one. Wanted to put that one down. There we go. Let's see, window there. Window there. It's all coming together. It is all coming together. Very, very gradually. All coming together. Okay, let's grab some of these. And let's grab a few of those. So should bring up, there's a separate bench for furniture. Oh! Stoves, farmer's workbench, furniture workbench. Okay, and what do we have here? All right. Woodcutter's block. Okay. This game is going to take so much of my time. I can already tell. Okay. Now, once I get this done, let's make some more. Okay, crap. I probably didn't need that much, but here we go. See, I like benches are specialized, so you're not looking at a giant list. I mean, that is a really good quality of life feature. All right. I want to at least get the walls and the roof up. Well, the floor and the roof up, rather. And then I will probably find someone to raid. That is such a little detail, but I love it. You know what? New plan. That grass just became a natural rug. Probably. That being said, I do have an anime night I need to get to. And like, all right. So, first thing I'm gonna set down is going to be the table. Yeah, so I'm just gonna set the table right. Set the table right there. And then set that right. Light up the house from the inside. Then gonna make a few of those. And a few of those. Cool. Okay. So okay. The fact that you can just have a sloped roof and not have to use stairs to make them. My God. And let's pick that up. This is the bad version according to the devs. Honestly, if this is the bad version, I'm looking forward to the good version. Oh yes, this is the bad version of the game. This game is already fucking gold. There's like so much personality to it. All right. Why did I vault up here? Okay. I, I do like this feature where you can just adjust the width. There we go. Here we go. A little basic house. A little basic house. Okay. Set that one there. Then let's go ahead and put let's put a happy right there. Just a happy little wardrobe. That wardrobe is gonna be there. It's gonna keep a lot of nice things. A lot of nice things. Wait, actually, does this have any function? No, it doesn't. Oh, that's okay. Just place some chests down. Nice, friendly chests. And then with these chests here, we'll store all our nice goods. Wait, is there is there no way to set the bucket down? How do you set down a bucket? Oh, that's planned later. Oh, control right click. Control. There we go. And now we have a happy little bucket between the two chests. Why do we have a bucket out here in the middle of nowhere? Where? Well, I don't see any indoor plumbing, do you? Alright. Now, I'm gonna make a bed. Make one simple bed. And let's see, anything else we can make? Let's see. Pottery stuff, wool stuff. Yeah, we'll make an old scroll over it. Mug. Yeah, cutter's block for decoration. And a winter roll. Cool. So, first off, we've gotta set down. We've gotta set down woodcutter's block. Obviously. Set that there, and then there we go. Wanting to wanting to point this out, and Sunny gets snapped up by ADHD and good game. Let's see. Like, this is a good game. This is a good game. I'm loving this. This is a good game. Making me smile. Oh, look up in chat. Let's have a look. Let's see. You will have the storage of two of the same. Let's see. We'll have storage and two of the same chests make big chests. Down your bed. Okay, okay. Good idea. Let's put down. Let's see. Is there a way the thing is faced? I think that's the proper way. Oh! The fuck are you? Doe, I don't like that. Oh, the one above that. Hold on. So before Sunny finishes, if you look in the workbench on the last tab, the middle bottom option is the backpack. Okay. Hey there, buddy. You, doing alright? Did it just fuck off? Or is that it right there? Yep, that's it right there. Give me your bones. No. It's just dead. Cool. Okay, so... backpack. Alright, so I need... So I need medium leather, and I need iron. Got it. Oh, charged attack. Charged attack! Okay, so I'm gonna put some... put all the wood stuff in here. I'm gonna finish decorating this little house with all the things I looted. There we go. Have a nice little sit down. Have a nice little sit down here as well. We're gonna put the we're gonna put a mug. Oh, I see. Pop the mug right there. We're actually going to pick that up, and we're gonna pop that right over here towards the back. Then we're gonna pop. What? Wait. What? 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 Fine. Just pop that right there. Oh, it's a tree decoration. That makes sense. Oh, hey. Dinner. For breakfast? Eh. Stop moving. I want to eat you. Come on. Okay. Did you drop any? No, you literally dropped nothing? Oh, I did that for nothing. Okay. Okay. That was fairly satisfying. The archery in this feels good. Alright, I'm gonna try one more thing. Um Actually no. I'm gonna keep on getting sidetracked. I'm gonna get hit with like the ADH demons like super hardcore. I think this will be a good foundation to start with. This feel good about this. Yep, so let's go ahead and first off, let's head back to our little just chatting room here. I do this every time. On the bright side, I do have a stream deck coming in later like early February, so I should just be able to just set my location and just be like right here. Just whabam right here. Yeah, I was wanting to let you know as well. We all know you're probably gonna play this off stream. You don't have to call me out like this, but like, uh, I, valid, like true, honestly. And I still want to do full hell dives. At some point in the future. So let's find someone to raid. Let's see who is. Who should we raid? Do you guys want to raid in on some more art or hightail?
Have you considered art?
Art tail. Now, let's see who's streaming hightail at the moment. Oh, actually, how about oh, finding someone to raid is tough. Oh, excuse me. Um, let's see if we can find someone who doesn't really have. Yeah. Let's see if we can find someone who has. In fact, uh, I'm gonna raid in on someone doing art just because artists need support. You know. So let's see. Ooh, let's try. Hold on, I'm trying to see who would be a good one to raid in on. good thing about it's both a good thing and bad thing about so many art streamers. It's just analysis paralysis. Damn. Yeah. Also, a note for gaming, you could try having a PNG version to use to help PC performance. True. My next model is going to be low poly, so I'm hoping that will probably help out. Cause like I'm doing a Mega Man Legends like inspired model. Sunny Mecha is a good art streamer who's still alive. Oh yes, we're gonna be raiding into Sunny Mecha. And then okay, so let's so there's currently someone working on animation. Pastel October. I think she will be a good one to raid in on. Because well, one, she has like she has like six viewers at the moment. So that'd be a good way to sort of bump up her numbers a bit. To sort of help out other artists. Oop, did not mean to do that. Oops. Okay, let's see. I still recommend having a backup PNG tuber for when models break midstream. True. And I do actually have a Discord reactive like avatar that I could use. That's just it's basically just like this, but in PNG form. I also have a really cursed one that has like the mouth cut out, so I could do like hyper realistic like zoom ins with like my actual mouth, just for the bit, just for videos and such. Anyways, let's make sure we got this put in properly. Yeah, so we're gonna raid into Pastel October, who is currently working on some animations. Um, yeah, so just hop in, say hi, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah. Um, yeah. So I will go ahead and say that it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys today, and hopefully next week we'll be able to get some more really cool bits of art made, uh and also be able to maybe get some more like hightail in, maybe do some stompy robots. Oh, hey, maybe play some Helldivers if we're feeling spicy. Who knows? A lot we can do. Anyways, keep stomping in those giant robots, and I'll catch you around as soon as this raid commences.